là nhiều kiểu gọi khác nhau. Làm tài liệu nó nhiều như vậy, đúng không ạ? No. Chúng ta cứ hiểu đơn giản như thế này. Trong xuyên suốt cái quá trình một cái sản phẩm số được gia công sản xuất, nó sẽ qua các giai đoạn. Là đầu tiên nó sẽ xuất phát từ các cái công đoạn product development. Sau đó nó sẽ chuyển qua giai đoạn business analysis, system analysis, test và triển khai. Chúng ta chỉ cần tập trung vào 4 loại tài liệu chính, đó là BRD, SRS, test và manual. Thì 4 loại tài liệu này nó tự dựa trên nguyên tắc gì? Dựa trên nguyên tắc tách bạch giữa business và system, một cái nguyên tắc rất quan trọng của BA mà chúng ta đã được học ở series trở thành ITBA. Thì BRD nó nói về cái gì? BRD hoặc là một số nơi có thể là URD, hoặc là có thể là PRD cũng được, hoặc là FRD cũng được. Thì thật ra tất cả mọi thứ đó chỉ tập trung vào một chuyện, đó là nói về cái business requirement mà thôi, nói về cái functional và non-functional requirement mà thôi. Chúng ta chỉ cần gói gọn trong một cái cách hiểu, đó là tất cả những cái nội dung về mặt yêu cầu nó được nằm trong cái tài liệu về BRD. Thì từ những cái yêu cầu đó chúng ta mới thiết kế nên cái sản phẩm đầu ra, thiết kế nên cái output. Thì cái tài liệu thiết kế đó nó nằm trong SRS, System hoặc là Software Requirement Specification, tài liệu đặc tả yêu cầu phần mềm. Thì các bạn thấy một cái nguyên tắc rất đơn giản.
Getting started is easy. Upload your documents, secure them, and then share them with third parties.
Về những cái nguyên tắc trình bày nội dung khi mà các bạn làm tài liệu. Những nguyên tắc này chúng ta áp dụng cho BRD, cho SRS, cho FRS hay bất kỳ tài liệu nào cũng được. Tại vì đây là những nguyên tắc chung, nó không có phân biệt bất kỳ một cái loại tài liệu nào. Chúng ta thường có tư duy là những cái tài liệu khác nhau nó sẽ có những cái cách trình bày khác nhau. Tuy nhiên, theo một cách hiểu nó cũng không hẳn là chính xác. Tại vì về mặt cốt lõi, các cái nội dung trình bày nó đều là như nhau cả. Chẳng qua là trong các loại tài liệu khác nhau các bạn mô tả cái gì thôi. Có thể trong BRD chúng ta nói nhiều về business, có thể trong SRS chúng ta nói nhiều về system, trong FRS chúng ta nói về một cái function nhỏ, hoặc là trong một cái PRD, trong một cái PRS, một cái product requirement specification đó, thì có thể đó là một cái sự giao thoa giữa business và system, và tất cả mọi thứ nó đều được mô tả trong một cái tài liệu. Dù là tài liệu gì cũng vậy, nó cũng sẽ có những cái nội dung nhất định, và hôm nay chúng ta cùng tìm hiểu các nội dung đó. Bất kỳ tài liệu nào nó cũng phải có 6 cái key areas. Mình xin phép là mình giữ cái chữ key area, tại vì mình cũng không tìm được một cái từ tiếng Việt nào có thể bao hàm được cái ý nghĩa của cái từ tiếng Anh này, cho nên ở đây mình tạm để nguyên, đó là 6 cái key areas. 6 key area này bao gồm: thứ nhất, các bạn sẽ phải xác định cái business case, tạm dịch gọi là tình huống nghiệp vụ. Cái thứ hai, các bạn sẽ phải nói về những cái project constraints, đó là những cái yêu cầu, những cái giới hạn của dự án. Thứ ba là non-functional requirement, những cái yêu cầu phi chức năng. Thứ tư đó là regulations, những cái thông tin liên quan tới quy định, liên quan tới quy chế, liên quan tới sự tuân thủ. Thứ năm là invisible area, những cái thông tin đặc tả cái mảng vô hình của cái dự án, tức là những cái back end, những cái nền ở phía sau cái sản phẩm. Và cái key area cuối cùng đó là visible area, đó là những thông tin mang tính hữu hình, hay chúng ta tạm gọi là front end của cái dự án, của cái sản phẩm nó như thế nào. Chúng ta cùng đi vào từng cái key area. Key area đầu tiên đó là business case, mảng vô hình, cái quy chế liên quan tới yêu cầu, project constraints, đó là những cái yêu cầu, những cái giới hạn của dự án. Thứ ba là non-functional requirement, những cái yêu cầu phi chức năng. Thứ tư đó là regulations, những cái thông tin liên quan tới quy định, liên quan tới quy chế, liên quan tới sự tuân thủ. Thứ năm là invisible area, những cái thông tin đặc tả cái mảng vô hình của cái dự án, tức là những cái back end, những cái nền ở phía sau cái sản phẩm. Và cái key area cuối cùng đó là visible area, đó là những thông tin mang tính hữu hình, hay chúng ta tạm gọi là front end của cái dự án, của cái sản phẩm nó như thế nào. Chúng ta cùng đi vào từng cái key area. Key area đầu tiên đó là business case. Business case đó là một cái nội dung mà chúng ta đã được đề cập ở series trở thành ITBA. Đây là cái phần đầu tiên khi phân tích. Khi mà chúng ta mới vào phân tích, không phải là chúng ta ào vào phần phân tích nghiệp vụ, mà chúng ta sẽ phải xác định rõ cái phạm vi của dự án, hay chúng ta hay gọi là xác định scope của dự án. Từ cái scope của dự án chúng ta mới liệt kê ra chi tiết những cái business case của dự án đó. Thì business case có thể bao hàm trong một nội dung là stakeholder mong muốn cái kết quả đầu ra của dự án, của sản phẩm là gì, cái sản phẩm nó phục vụ điều gì, nó phục vụ những yếu tố nào, nó phục vụ những cái mục tiêu nào. Thì xác định business case đó là những cái nội dung cực kỳ quan trọng khi mà các bạn làm BA, khi mà các bạn làm project managers. Dù là BA già hay là BA mới đi chăng nữa thì mình thấy cái việc xác định rõ scope và business case các bạn ấy xác định rất là hời hợt. Dù là BA hay BM các bạn cũng phải rất quan trọng trong việc xác định rõ scope và business case, và trong tài liệu cũng vậy, nó phải nêu rõ scope và business case của dự án để người đọc người ta biết được cái dự án này nói về cái gì, kết quả đầu ra mong muốn nó là như thế nào, nó có mục tiêu gì. Đó là yếu tố đầu tiên mà các bạn thấy là tài liệu phải thể hiện. Cái key area thứ hai đó là project constraints. yêu cầu những cái giới hạn về mặt thời gian, chi phí, rủi ro, nguồn lực, những cái yêu cầu về mặt chất lượng của dự án. Đó là những nội dung mà các bạn thấy là cho người xem biết được cái dự án này trong thời gian bao lâu, chi phí như thế nào, nó có những cái rủi ro gì, cái nguồn lực được assign, được phân công vào dự án như thế nào, và các cái yêu cầu về mặt nghiệm thu, về mặt chất lượng đầu ra nó như thế nào. Cái key area thứ ba đó là non-functional requirement, những yêu cầu phi chức năng. Những yêu cầu phi chức năng chúng ta cũng đã được đề cập ở series trở thành ITBA. Đó là những cái nội dung. Area thứ hai đó là project concept. Trong tài liệu cũng vậy, nó phải nêu rõ scope và business case của dự án để người đọc người ta biết được cái dự án này nói về cái gì, kết quả đầu ra mong muốn nó là như thế nào, nó có mục tiêu gì. Đó là yếu tố đầu tiên mà các bạn thấy là tài liệu phải thể hiện. Cái key area thứ hai đó là project constraints, yêu cầu những cái giới hạn về mặt thời gian, chi phí, rủi ro, nguồn lực, những cái yêu cầu về mặt chất lượng của dự án. Đó là những nội dung mà các bạn thấy là cho người xem biết được cái dự án này trong thời gian bao lâu, chi phí như thế nào, nó có những cái rủi ro gì, cái nguồn lực được assign, được phân công vào dự án như thế nào, và các cái yêu cầu về mặt nghiệm thu, về mặt chất lượng đầu ra nó như thế nào. Cái key area thứ ba đó là non-functional requirement, những yêu cầu phi chức năng. Những yêu cầu phi chức năng chúng ta cũng đã được đề cập ở series trở thành ITBA. Đó là những cái nội dung mà nó rất mất thời gian về mặt nghiên cứu, về mặt phát triển, về mặt công việc, và các nội dung này nó cũng phải được nêu trong tài liệu. Đó là những nội dung liên quan tới hiệu năng, liên quan tới yêu cầu bảo mật, liên quan tới sao lưu, liên quan tới hạ tầng, liên quan tới thiết kế giao diện, liên quan tới yêu cầu hỗ trợ, liên quan tới những yêu cầu triển khai ứng dụng, và đôi khi cả những yêu cầu là cái dự án này nó cần những tài liệu ABCD gì đó. Key area thứ ba đó là regulation. Regulation nó nói về những cái yêu cầu về mặt pháp luật. Dự án nào nó cũng phải tuân thủ pháp luật cả, và đôi khi có những dự án đặc thù thì nó phải đảm bảo được là các cái quy định là trở thành giá thể hiện chi phí, rủi ro, nguồn lực, những cái yêu cầu về mặt chất lượng của dự án. Đó là những nội dung mà các bạn thấy là cho người xem biết được cái dự án này trong thời gian bao lâu, chi phí như thế nào, nó có những cái rủi ro gì, cái nguồn lực được assign, được phân công vào dự án như thế nào, và các cái yêu cầu về mặt nghiệm thu, về mặt chất lượng đầu ra nó như thế nào. Cái key area thứ ba đó là non-functional requirement, những yêu cầu phi chức năng. Những yêu cầu phi chức năng chúng ta cũng đã được đề cập ở series trở thành ITBA. Đó là những cái nội dung mà nó rất mất thời gian về mặt nghiên cứu, về mặt phát triển, về mặt công việc, và các nội dung này nó cũng phải được nêu trong tài liệu. Đó là những nội dung liên quan tới hiệu năng, liên quan tới yêu cầu bảo mật, liên quan tới sao lưu, liên quan tới hạ tầng, liên quan tới thiết kế giao diện, liên quan tới yêu cầu hỗ trợ, liên quan tới những yêu cầu triển khai ứng dụng, và đôi khi cả những yêu cầu là cái dự án này nó cần những tài liệu ABCD gì đó. Key area thứ ba đó là regulation. Regulation nó nói về những cái yêu cầu về mặt pháp luật. Dự án nào nó cũng phải tuân thủ pháp luật cả, và đôi khi có những dự án đặc thù thì nó phải đảm bảo được là các cái quy định pháp luật được liệt kê trong cái tài liệu nó phải được tuân thủ trong xuyên suốt cái quá trình các bạn làm dự án. Thứ hai đó là những cái quy định, quy chế, hướng dẫn nghiệp vụ của stakeholders, của khách hàng vân. Thứ ba đó là những tiêu chuẩn bảo mật security standard mà các bạn thấy có những cái yêu cầu đặc thù, như là các bạn làm trong mảng tài chính ngân hàng, các bạn có những yêu cầu liên quan tới PCI DSS chẳng hạn. Thứ tư đó là những yêu cầu về mặt tiêu chuẩn chất lượng. Chúng ta có thể có những tiêu chuẩn như là ISO 9001, ISO 27001 vân. Xuyên suốt cái quá trình các bạn làm, các bạn sẽ phải tuân thủ những cái yêu cầu trong những cái tiêu chuẩn như vậy. Invisible area, đó là những cái nội dung mà các bạn đặc tả về mặt back end. Nó có những nội dung như là các bạn phân tích nghiệp vụ về user story, về visible area vân. Xuyên suốt cái quá trình các bạn làm, các bạn sẽ phải tuân thủ những cái yêu cầu trong những cái tiêu chuẩn như vậy. Invisible area, đó là những cái nội dung mà các bạn đặc tả về mặt back end. Nó có những nội dung như là các bạn phân tích nghiệp vụ về user story, về business process. Nó có những nội dung về mặt phân tích hệ thống như là use case, như là workflow, như là các cái diagram về tích hợp, về luồng list vân vân. Cuối cùng đó là những cái nội dung liên quan tới visible area, những cái nội dung về mặt giao diện, về mặt thông tin, về mặt các cái nền tảng mà các bạn sẽ phải về user story, về business process. Nó có những nội dung về mặt phân tích hệ thống như là use case, như là workflow, như là các cái diagram về tích hợp, về luồng list vân vân. Cuối cùng đó là những cái nội dung liên quan tới visible area, những cái nội dung về mặt hệ thống như là use case, như là workflow, như là các cái diagram về tích hợp, về luồng list vân vân. Cuối cùng đó là những cái nội dung liên quan tới visible area, những cái nội dung về mặt giao diện, về mặt thông tin, về mặt các cái nền tảng mà các bạn sẽ phải triển khai, như là Windows, macOS, iOS, Android, hoặc là các cái nền tảng liên quan tới các thiết bị đặc thù. Ngoài ra thì đôi khi các cái thiết bị đó nó đòi hỏi các bạn sẽ phải mô tả rất là kỹ, tại vì có những cái dự án đòi hỏi các bạn sẽ phải làm trên các thiết bị nó không phải là máy tính, nó không phải là PC, nó không phải là laptop, mà nó là có thể ví dụ như là các bạn triển khai cái tủ lạnh, các bạn triển khai thiết bị nhà bếp thông minh vân vân. Thì các cái yêu cầu về mặt thiết bị nó cũng sẽ phải được nêu trong mặt tài liệu. Thì từ 6 cái key area đó, đó là các cái checklist mà các bạn cần phải đảm bảo khi mà các bạn làm tài liệu, để mà chúng ta review lại coi là chúng ta có đầy đủ hay chưa, các cái nội dung nó có được trình bày một cách tốt nhất hay chưa, và các cái nội dung này nó có được đảm bảo, được sắp xếp thứ tự lớp lang rõ ràng. Chúng ta cùng tìm hiểu cái cách mà chúng ta sẽ phải trình bày trong quá trình các bạn làm tài liệu nó như thế nào. Ở đây chúng ta sẽ nói về các cái đầu mục chính. Đầu tiên các bạn sẽ thấy là chúng ta phải có trang bìa. Sản phẩm nào nó cũng sẽ có bao bì, thì trang bìa nó cũng giống như là bao bì của một cái tài liệu vậy. Chúng ta sẽ phải có trang bìa này. Thứ hai, các bạn sẽ phải có bảng theo dõi sự thay đổi, để mà chúng ta checking lại coi là cái tài liệu này nó được viết như thế nào, nó được tạo mới hay là đang điều chỉnh cái gì, do ai điều chỉnh, phiên bản nào. Thứ ba là trang ký, để cho các bên liên quan người ta ký xác nhận là tài liệu này ok, tài liệu này đã được confirm để mà chuyển giao cho các cái bộ phận khác. Thứ tư là phần introduction, phần giới thiệu. Thứ năm là phần tổng quan về dự án và sản phẩm. Thứ sáu là phần đặc tả chi tiết. Thứ bảy là các yêu cầu giới thiệu. Thứ năm là phần tổng quan về dự án và sản phẩm. Thứ tư là tài liệu này ok, điều chỉnh cái gì, do ai điều chỉnh, phiên bản nào. Thứ ba là trang ký, để cho các bên liên quan người ta ký xác nhận là tài liệu này ok, tài liệu này đã được confirm để mà chuyển giao cho các cái bộ phận khác. Thứ tư là phần introduction, phần giới thiệu. Thứ năm là phần tổng quan về dự án và sản phẩm. Thứ sáu là phần đặc tả chi tiết. Thứ bảy là các yêu cầu phi chức năng. Thứ tám là các tiêu chuẩn nghiệm thu, và cuối cùng là có các thông tin nào khác bên ngoài lề các bạn muốn viết vào thì các bạn cứ viết. Đầu tiên chúng ta tìm hiểu về trang bìa. Trang bìa nó nói về tên tài liệu, là phần introduction, phần giới thiệu. Thứ năm là phần tổng quan về dự án và sản phẩm. Thứ sáu là phần đặc tả chi tiết. Thứ bảy là các yêu cầu phi chức năng. Thứ tám là các tiêu chuẩn nghiệm thu, và cuối cùng là có các thông tin nào khác bên ngoài lề các bạn muốn viết vào thì các bạn cứ viết. Đầu tiên chúng ta tìm hiểu về trang bìa. Trang bìa nó nói về tên tài liệu nè, tên dự án nè, cái ngày mà cái tài liệu đó được viết nè, phiên bản của cái tài liệu. Phiên bản ở đây thì thật ra các bạn sẽ bị hiểu lầm là đôi khi nó nè. Thứ bảy là các yêu cầu này đã được confirm để mà chuyển giao cho các cái bộ phận khác. Thứ tư là phần introduction, phần giới thiệu. Thứ năm là phần tổng quan về dự án và sản phẩm. Thứ sáu là phần đặc tả chi tiết. Thứ bảy là các yêu cầu phi chức năng. Thứ năm là phần để mà chuyển giao cho các cái bộ phận khác. Thứ tư là phần introduction, phần giới thiệu. Thứ năm là phần tổng quan về dự án và sản phẩm. Thứ sáu là phần đặc tả chi tiết. Thứ bảy là các yêu cầu phi chức năng. Thứ tám là các tiêu chuẩn nghiệm thu, và cuối cùng trước system sau. Tại vì sao? Tại vì system được thiết kế dựa trên sự thấu hiểu về mặt business. Chúng ta không thể nào cầm đèn chạy trước ô tô, chúng ta thiết kế lên cái hệ thống rồi bắt các bạn stakeholder, rồi bắt các bên liên quan thấu hiểu được, rồi bắt các bên liên quan xài những cái người ta không cần thiết, xài những cái người ta không mong muốn. Không thể nào. Một trong những nguyên tắc mà các bạn thấy là bất di bất dịch luôn, chúng ta tự code cho chúng ta cái ý tưởng đó, làm gì có chuyện như vậy. Cho nên là BRD SRS là nơi làm rõ, mô tả chi tiết ý tưởng sản phẩm, chứ không phải là một nơi liệt kê ý tưởng. Và cuối cùng là BRD SRS là cực kỳ quan trọng trong dự án, rất quan trọng luôn. Không có BRD SRS thực sự cái dự án rất là khổ, và càng ngày mọi người càng thấy được cái tầm quan trọng của việc viết tài liệu, rồi vẽ UI UX vân vân và vân vân. Các bạn chỉ cần sắp xếp. Còn đặc của viết tài liệu đó là viết nhiều nội dung, còn lại về mặt nguyên tắc tư duy nó cũng chỉ có nhiêu đây thôi, và chúng ta vẫn chỉ quay về cái mô hình Beckham, cái võ công trấn phái của phái BI chúng ta. Tất cả mọi thứ đều Beckham đều có thể giải quyết được hết. Ok, thì tổng quan về mặt trình bày chúng ta sẽ có phần giới thiệu về mặt về mặt tài liệu, tổng quát về mặt sản phẩm, mô tả mô hình tổng quát của sản phẩm, đặc tả chi tiết, UI UX, non-functional requirement, những yêu cầu phi chức năng và những cái điều kiện nghiệm thu, product acceptance criteria. Những cái này thì các bạn thấy ở clip số 2 chúng ta đã nói rồi, và BRD hay SRS nó cũng tuân thủ những cái này thôi. Chẳng qua là BRD nó chỉ nói đơn thuần về yêu cầu nghiệp vụ, thì SRS nó sẽ mô tả chi tiết hơn, rõ ràng hơn là với những yêu cầu nghiệp vụ đó, với những mong muốn đó của user thì chúng ta thiết kế xây dựng nên cái sản phẩm như thế nào hết. Còn lại ở phần đặc tả chi tiết các bạn chỉ việc áp dụng là user story, rồi use case, rồi business process, rồi workflow, rồi activity diagram, state machine diagram, sequence diagram, rồi vẽ UI UX vân vân và vân vân. Các bạn chỉ cần sắp xếp lại thôi cho thành một cái sự trật tự, thứ tự lớp lang là các bạn xong tài liệu. Lưu ý đầu tiên, khi mà các bạn trình bày các cái nội dung về mặt phân tích của các bạn lên Jira hay Trello, bản chất nó không phải là các bạn viết tài liệu. Đã gọi là tài liệu thì nó phải có các nội dung chuẩn chỉnh từ trang bìa, trang theo dõi, ký tá, các nội dung tổng quan tới chi tiết. Nó là một cái document, một cái văn bản, một cái tập san, hoặc đôi khi nó vui là nó giống như cái luận văn đại học, luận văn cao học của các bạn đó. Cái việc mà các bạn trình bày từng ticket, từng cái nội dung trên Trello hay là Jira, nó không phải là các bạn làm BRD SRS. Cái đó chỉ là những cái task làm việc về mặt project management thôi. Cái vấn đề tiếp theo đó là nói về tài liệu, nếu như các bạn dùng Jira thì nó phải liên quan tới việc là các bạn bổ sung cái tài liệu trên Confluence thì nó mới thật sự là tài liệu. BRD, SRS là nơi làm rõ, mô tả chi tiết ý tưởng sản phẩm chứ không phải là nơi liệt kê ý tưởng. Cái việc mà các bạn liệt kê ý tưởng, các bạn liệt kê một list trên Excel cũng được, các bạn liệt kê một list trên một cái note cũng được. Để một cái sản phẩm có thể được viết vào BRD, chúng ta phải qua rất là nhiều công đoạn. Chúng ta phải qua các công đoạn về deep dive, về nghiên cứu thị trường, về validation, chứ không phải là chúng ta một phát chúng ta lên ý tưởng rồi chúng ta quăng cái ý tưởng nó vào BRD thì bạn dev phải ngồi phân tích, bạn ấy phải tự code cho chúng ta cái ý tưởng đó, làm gì có chuyện như vậy. Cho nên là BRD, SRS là nơi làm rõ, mô tả chi tiết ý tưởng sản phẩm chứ không phải là một nơi liệt kê ý tưởng. Và cuối cùng là BRD, SRS là cực kỳ quan trọng trong dự án, rất quan trọng luôn. Không có BRD, SRS đó thực sự cái dự án rất là khổ, và càng ngày mọi người càng thấy được cái tầm quan trọng của việc viết tài liệu, và chúng ta phải làm sao càng ngày càng viết tài liệu một cách tốt nhất, chứ không thể nào mà kiểu là làm tài liệu một cách nhắm mắt mà làm rồi cuối cùng là chúng ta sẽ không có bất kỳ một cái tài liệu nào để mà lưu lại cái quá trình phân tích cũng như là mang lại những cái thông tin cho những cái thế hệ kế cận. Một số cái tips về BRD và SRS. Thứ nhất, nó vẫn quay về câu chuyện là chúng ta phải trình bày từ tổng quan tới chi tiết. Cái này là cái nguyên tắc chung rồi, một cái phân tích tổng quan rồi sau đó tới một cái phân tích chi tiết. Lý do vì sao là vì tùy vào cái đối tượng người đọc, người ta sẽ có những nhu cầu đọc tổng quan chung thôi, hay người ta sẽ có những nhu cầu về mặt đọc hết chi tiết. Chúng ta không thể nào bắt những cái level cao như là CEO, CTO đọc hết tất cả tài liệu để mà nắm tổng quan được, không thể. Chúng ta sẽ phải làm sao để mà chứ người ta chỉ cần đọc những cái trang đầu tiên là người ta biết sản phẩm nó như thế nào, ra sao là đủ. Về mặt trình bày, chúng ta luôn phải tuân thủ business trước, system sau. Tại vì sao? Tại vì system được thiết kế dựa trên sự thấu hiểu về mặt business. Chúng ta không thể nào cầm đèn chạy trước ô tô, chúng ta thiết kế lên cái hệ thống rồi bắt
Dr. White here with the Business Analysis Doctor. Today, I'm giving a detailed tutorial on page and turn on that notification bell. With that said, let's get started. Let's talk about what you'll learn. First, we'll look at what a software requirement specification, or SRS, is. Then we'll look at functional and non-functional requirements. We'll discuss the primary SRS audience, the main components of an SRS, software requirement specification best practices, and then we'll look at an example of a software requirement specification. So what is a software requirement specification? This is a formal business analyst document that describes the behavior and implication of a software application by outlining functional and non-functional requirements. Functional requirements are statements that describe the solution capabilities and behavior under specific conditions. They also describe the information that the solution will handle. Functional requirements are developed by decomposing stakeholder requirements down to the various system requirements that will enable it. Non-functional requirements describes the performance or quality characteristics a solution must have to be effective and of adequate satisfaction to the stakeholders. These requirements are usually measurable and form constraints on the solution. Non-functional requirements generally apply to the entire solution or system rather than a single functionality. Software requirements are used to provide a detailed description of solution requirements. It serves as a blueprint for design and implementation by the technical team. It's also used as a communication tool between technical and business stakeholders. So who is application requirements and review describes the document of the spectrum system that it may be a part of. A system context diagram is often helpful to using and direct to servers and geographical locations of the users. Constraints are the influencing factors that cannot be changed considered to be true but has not been verified. There are also conditions that are true now but may not be true. These are components of the requirements that are discovered as a business rules generally emerge as constraints in the form of policies, guidelines, standards, regulations, or calculated formulas. This section includes a list of business rules that impact the software, a description of the business rule, and an indication of the related requirement that's impacted by the rule. This is often illustrated with a table or matrix. The next section of the SRS is the functional requirements. This is arguably the most important section of the document, and it outlines what the system is supposed to do and what task it should perform. There are various ways to present the functional requirements. However, one best practice is to start with the stakeholder requirements the functional requirement is derived from, and then decompose it into functional specifications. Other approaches start with features or business rule that drives the specification. The structure of a functional requirement should include the actor, which will always be the system, the action, which is a verb, the object, which is a noun, and the qualifier criteria if needed. A key note about functional requirements is that they should generally be system agnostic to minimize the design dependency on a specific application. This is why we use the system. Now let's look at SRS use cases. A use case is a functionality in a system that will allow the user to achieve a goal. A use case description is a narrative that describes the relationship between actors and the solution, as well as the details of how the interaction works. There may be times when the functional requirements involve various scenarios that impact the outcome of the functionality. Use case diagrams and use case description may be included to outline these scenarios in detail. The main components of the use case diagram includes the system name, the system boundary box, actors, use cases, associations, relationships, and goals. The main components of a use case description includes the use case name, the associated functional requirement, actors, preconditions, triggers, postconditions, flow of events, and scenarios. For detailed tutorials on both of these use case techniques, see the links in the description. Next is the software requirement specification data requirements. This section describes the data that the software needs to handle, store, and manipulate to perform its functions. The data that the system will consume, process, and create will be maintenance, to provide a high level of this purpose. For detailed information or metadata about each of them. This often includes a description of the business term. For more information on solution, archived response or the screens they will use, their navigation experience, what type of user inputs are expected, and the expected response or outputs the solution will provide. Software interfaces describe the interfaces between the solution being specified and other software applications or components such as operating systems, databases, web services, or commercial integrated systems. Communication interfaces define the communication channels and formats required for the solution to communicate with other systems, including networks, emails, messaging systems, and other communication interfaces. The next section of the software requirement specification is non-functional requirements, or NFRs, which we defined earlier in the lesson. There are various categories of non-functional requirements. Here are some of the most common NFRs. Availability is the extent to which the solution is accessible and operating when needed. This is often expressed in terms of the percentage of time the system is available. Compatibility is the degree to which the solution operates effectively with other components in its environment, such as one process with another. Performance is the speed at which the solution performs its function and responds to other inputs with minimum consumption of resources. Portability is the ease with which the solution can be transferred from one operating environment to another. Reliability is the extent to which a solution is available and performance required functions under stated conditions before failing. Scalability is the degree to which a solution can grow or handle increased workloads. Security is how well the solution protects against unauthorized use, modifications, destruction, or disclosure. Supportability is how easy the solution is to install, configure, and maintain, and the adequacy of supporting and training documentation. Usability is the ease of which the user can learn to use and navigate through the solution. Localization are the requirements related to local languages, laws, currencies, cultures, and other geographically driven user characteristics. Next is the SRS reporting requirements. These requirements outline the reports that will be generated by the solution if applicable. This includes type of report, inputs, layouts, logic, sequencing, etc. The following are the common elements of reporting requirements. The description provides general information about each report, including report title, purpose, users, and data resources. The header and footer provides specifications about the layout and printout of the report's header and footer sections that apply to all reports listed further down. The layout outlines the body of the report, such as fields, column and row names, charts and graphs, etc. A wireframe of the report would be helpful here as well. Security and access describes who can access the report and outlines any limitations among the various user groups. Report logic specifies the general logic of the report, such as triggers, rules, calculations, latency, and any criteria that impacts the report generation. Now let's look at the supporting sections of the software requirement specification. These are the additional sections that provide additional context, background information, or supporting details that are relevant to the functional and non-functional requirements. These sections can vary based on project and organization. Common supporting sections that may be included in the SRS are as follows. The glossary of term provides a common understanding of the terms that are used in the software requirement specification. This is especially critical when a term may have different meanings for different stakeholders, or if there are acronyms that need to be defined for the stakeholders who may not be familiar with them. The appendix includes any attachments or links to additional information outside of the actual SRS that are relevant to the project, such as diagrams, charts, or tables. And finally is the approvers and sign-off section. This section includes the signatures of all stakeholders with decision-making authority to indicate their approval of the software requirement specification. Sign-off ensures that all stakeholders are in agreement with the requirements outlined in the document. By obtaining the signatures from the key stakeholders, the project team can confirm that everyone is aligned and committed to the specification. At this point, the SRS is ready to be used to guide development work and testing efforts. Now let's look at some best practices for creating a complete and effective software requirement specification. Create a separate business requirements document. A separate business requirements document should be developed and approved before formulating the SRS. This helps the business analyst ensure that all stakeholders agree on the scope and expected outcomes before spending time analyzing detailed requirement. Involve key stakeholders. Involve all the relevant stakeholders in the process of developing the software requirement specification. This includes subject matter experts who may be involved in outlining the use cases, developers who may assist in ensuring the requirements are properly decomposed, or testers who can help ensure that the requirements are testable. By doing this, you can ensure that everyone's needs are met and that the SRS is fit for purpose. Enable manageability. Structure the requirements in a way that makes it easy to change and update them without excessive impact to other components of the SRS. Also, ensure each proposed change can be traced to an existing requirement. This is often facilitated with a traceability matrix. Use a checklist. A requirements checklist helps the business analysts ensure that all necessary criteria and rest assist in analyzing requirements to this document. By obtaining the signatures from the key stakeholders, the project team can confirm that everyone is aligned and committed to the specification. At this point, the SRS is ready to be used to guide development work and testing efforts. Now let's look at some best practices for creating a complete and effective software requirement specification. Create a separate business requirements document. A separate business at this point, the stakeholder ensures of all stakeholders with decision-making authority to indicate their approval of the software requirement specification. Sign-off ensures that all stakeholders are in agreement with the requirements outlined in the document. By obtaining the signatures from the key stakeholders, the project team can confirm that everyone is aligned and committed to the specification. At this point, the SRS is ready to be used to guide development work and testing efforts. Now let's look at some best practices for creating a complete and effective software requirement specification. Create a separate business requirements document. A separate business requirements document should be developed and approved before formulating the SRS. This helps the business analyst ensure that all stakeholders agree on the scope and can help purpose. To illustrate complex requirements or processes within and achieve the version number, date, and I usually like to include the company logo on the document as well. Then we have a revision history where you include
Bạn có lo sợ AI sẽ thay thế ngành thiết kế, nhưng hình ảnh phức tạp, poster, những video được AI
include any changes that are made to the document as they are reviewed. Next is a typical table of contents. The first section is the introduction section. I've highlighted some key areas of the purpose and project scope. So for the purpose, we have this software requirement specification outlines the functional and non-functional requirements for Release 1.0 of the Admissions Department website or ADW project. The project scope says that the Admissions Department website will transition all applications and forms to an online platform and establish an electronic user account for the website. The next section is the overall description. For the description, we have that the ADW project is an enhancement to the existing Department of Education website that will transition many of the administrative services. The context diagram below illustrates the system interfaces and external entities. For the user class section, we describe the users. So for example, a student can either be an active student or prospective student. The admission staff will have a passive interaction with the system, and the administrator is responsible for managing and maintaining the website. Next is the operating environment. Here I'm saying that the website must operate correctly with the most updated versions of the following web browsers: Windows Internet Explorer, Firefox, Google Chrome, and Safari. For design and implementation constraints, one of the specifications is that the system must pull student information from current university databases. Next is the assumptions, which is that the website must be available 24/7 outside of scheduled maintenance. For dependencies, I have that all applicable forms will need to be transitioned to an online format before implementation. The next section is the business rules. As you can see, we have a business rule list, which outlines the rule ID, the rule definition, the type, and impacted area. So for admission 1, the business rule here is that the student must have a minimum high school include any changes, date, and I usually like to include the company logo on the document as well. Then we have a revision history where you include any changes that are made to the document as they're reviewed. Next is a typical table of contents. The first section is the introduction section. I've highlighted some key areas of revision history The first section is the introduction section. I've highlighted some key areas of the purpose and project scope. So for the purpose, we have this software requirement specification outlines the functional and non-functional requirements for Release 1.0 of the Admissions Department website or ADW project. The project scope says that the Admissions Department website will transition all applications and forms to an online platform and establish an electronic user account for the website. The next section is the overall description. For the description, we have that the ADW project is an enhancement to the existing Department of Education website that will transition many of the administrative services. The context diagram below illustrates the system interfaces and external entities. For the user class section, we describe the users. So for example, a student can either be an active student or prospective student. The admission staff will have a passive interaction with the system, and the administrator is responsible for managing and maintaining the website. Next is the operating environment. Here I'm saying that the website must operate correctly with the most updated versions of the following web browsers: Windows Internet Explorer, Firefox, Google Chrome, and Safari. For design and implementation constraints, one of the specifications is that the system must pull student information from current university databases. Next is the assumptions, which is that the website must be available 24/7 outside of scheduled maintenance. For dependencies, I have that all applicable forms will need to be transitioned to an online format before implementation. The next section is the business rules. As you can see, we have a business rule list, which outlines the rule ID, the rule definition, the type, and impacted area. So for admission 1, the business rule here is that the student must have a minimum high school GPA of 2.7 on a 4.0 grading scale. And the business rule type is eligibility. The impacted requirement is requirement 4.8 FR. Next is the functional requirements section. This is where you should probably be spending the most amount of time. As you can see here, I have the functional requirements grouped by users. So I have a student user group and an admission staff user group. So here I'm breaking down all of the stakeholder requirements from the BRD into functional requirements. So the stakeholder requirement here is that the student must be able to schedule an appointment based on available days and time. Here I'm breaking down the functional requirements for this stakeholder requirement. So the functional requirement here states that the system must display a calendar of available dates when the student selects schedule from the appointment options. Another example is that the system must display available time slots when the student selects any date from the calendar of available dates. Now let's move on to the use case section. When there are functional requirements that need to be described in more detail or have various scenarios that need to be discussed, you can incorporate use cases to represent the additional details that are needed. I'm outlining the various scenarios that are related to the list of requirements above. To an online platform and establish an electronic user account for the website. The next section is the overall description. For the description, we have that the ADW project is an enhancement to the existing Department of Education website that will transition many of the class section we described the use. The context diagram below illustrates the system interfaces and external entities. We have a functional and non-functional initial requirement where you include number, date, into the document. The first section is their review company university, the document as well, is a typical table of contents. The first section is the introduction section. I've highlighted some key areas of the purpose and project scope. So for the purpose purpose, we have this software and overall Department of Education interface the administrator correctly for university databases. Next is I have business rules area. So for admission 1, the business rule here is that the student must have a minimum high school GPA of 2.7 on a 4.0 grading scale. And the business rule type is eligibility. The impacted requirement is requirement 4.8 FR. Next is the functional requirements section. This is where you should probably be spending the most amount of time. As you can see here, I have the functional requirements grouped by users. So I have a student user group and an admission staff user group. So here I'm breaking down all of the stakeholder requirements from the BRD into functional requirements. So the stakeholder requirement here is that the student must be able to schedule an appointment based on available days and time. Here I'm breaking down the functional requirements for this stakeholder requirement. So the functional requirement here states that the system must display a calendar of available dates when the student selects schedule from the appointment options. Another example is that the system must display available time slots when the student selects any date from the calendar of available dates. Now let's move on to the use case section. When there are functional requirements that need to be described in more detail or have various scenarios that need to be discussed, you can incorporate use cases to represent the additional details that are needed. I'm outlining the various scenarios that are related to the list of requirements above, so I'm referencing them here. This use case includes the main path, an alternate flow, and the exception flow. You can include as many use cases you need in the specification.
This is your brain when you're struggling to focus. And this is your brain when you're in the zone, but getting in the zone.
The next section is the data requirements. Here I'm using an entity relationship diagram and a data dictionary to represent all of the key data elements for this project. So now we have the data maintenance requirements. So one example I have here is that the website must retain student appointment history for up to 365 days. Next, we have the external requirements. For user interface, one of the requirements is that the system must provide an FAQ section on each web page with common questions. For software requirements, I have sections including the admissions portal, the department portal, and the student portal. So for the admission portal, one of the requirements is that the system must transmit all online course enrollments to the admission portal immediately. To keep course available availability up to date. For communication interfaces, one requirement requirement might be that the system must send an email message to the student to confirm appointments scheduled online. So now we have our non-functional requirements. Some of the NFRs that I've included are availability requirements, capability, compatibility.
You know that feeling when you have a brilliant idea for an app or a piece of software, but when it finally gets built, it's just this clunky, confusing mess? Well, here's a secret. The problem usually isn't the code, it's the translation. Today, we are going to decode the three crucial documents that turn a great business idea into even greater software: the BRD, the SRS, and the FRD. Let's dive in.
I mean, we've all seen this happen, right? A company sinks millions of dollars into some brand new app. They launch it with this massive marketing campaign, and it's a total flop. It either solves a problem literally nobody has, or it's so complicated that you can't figure out how to use it. So what is going on here? Well, here's the surprising truth. The failure almost never has to do with the code itself. You could have world-class developers on the job. The real problem, the thing that sinks the ship, is a breakdown in translation. It's a failure to perfectly communicate the business vision to the technical team that has to build it. And this communication gap, man, it's like the silent killer of tech projects. When the expectations are all misaligned right from the very beginning, you're not just building software anymore. You're building a very expensive the business requirements document, or BRD, establishes the why. D isn't the blueprint, not yet. It's that first crucial conversation where you tell the architect why you need a house and you describe how you actually envision living in it. See, the BRD is written in plain English on purpose. It's for a non-technical audience. Think executives, investors, stakeholders. Its entire job is to get everybody in the room nodding their heads, agreeing on the core business problem we're trying to solve, and what a win actually looks like for the company. And a good BRD is so much more than just a wish list. It actually forces you to define measurable goals. It makes you be crystal clear about what's in scope, but just as importantly, what is out of scope. It even includes a cost-benefit analysis to prove that this project is actually worth doing in the first place. And this is so important because a weak BRD is basically the original sin of a failed project. If that why is fuzzy, you can absolutely end up with a technical marvel that is, I'm sorry to say, a complete and total business failure. Okay, so the BRD has aligned everyone on the why. We all know the mission. Now it's time to define the what. And this is where the Software Requirements Specification, or SRS, comes into play. If the BRD was that initial conversation about your lifestyle, the SRS, well, that's the architect's full set of blueprints. The SRS is the master plan. It's the document that translates the text full now elite and total business failure. Okay, so the BRD has aligned everyone on the why. We all know the mission. Now it's time to define the what. And this is where the Software Requirements Specification, or document the project manager, a really critical distinction. On one hand, you have functional requirements. That's what the system does, like processing a payment. On the other hand, you have non-functional requirements. That's how well it does it, like processing that payment in under 3 seconds. Think of it like a car. The engine and wheels are functional. The speed and rigor. A absolute out for the plumber, every requirements document. This is the nitty-gritty. This is the wiring diagram for the electrician, the plumbing layout for the plumber, every last detail. The FRD leaves absolutely nothing to chance. It gives developers and testers the exact step-by-step instructions they need to build and verify every single function. There's no ambiguity, no guesswork, it's all laid out. So how do you get rid of all that ambiguity? Well, for starters, you avoid vague requirements like this one. The system must be fast and user-friendly. What does fast even mean? What does user-friendly mean? These are subjective, they're untestable, and honestly, they're just a recipe for disappointment. A strong requirement, on the other hand, is specific, measurable, and verifiable. The system shall process a transaction in under 200 milliseconds. See, a tester can run a simple experiment and say pass or fail. There's no debate. There are no arguments. It either did it or it didn't. So, every good requirement is clear, precise, and consistent with all the others. But you know what? Most importantly, it's verifiable. Because if you can't test it, it's not a requirement. It's just a wish. So why? Why go through all this discipline? Why all these documents and all these rules? Because this, right here, this is how you build successful software. This is how you take a fuzzy idea and turn it into a valuable, tangible product. The flow is actually pretty simple when you look at it. The BRD aligns the strategy, the why. The SRS creates the blueprint, the what. And the FRD guides the actual implementation, the how. It's a cascade of clarity, moving from the biggest picture down to the smallest detail. And here's the real payoff. This process is like a bulletproof vest against building the wrong thing. It bridges that huge chasm between the business vision and the technical reality. Moving from the blueprint, the what was actually. This is how you take the BRD aligns the strategy, the why. The SRS creates the blueprint, the what. And the FRD guides the actual implementation, the how. It's a cascade of clarity, moving from the biggest picture down to the smallest detail. And here's the real payoff. This process is like a bulletproof vest against building the wrong thing. It bridges that huge chasm between the business vision and the technical reality, and it kills risk at every single step of the way. But wait, how do you make absolutely sure that nothing gets lost in translation between these documents? Well, with something called a Requirements Traceability Matrix, or RTM. It sounds complicated, but it's really just a simple tool that connects every matrix, or RTM. But wait, how do you make absolutely sure that nothing gets lost in translation between these documents? Well, with something called a Requirements Traceability Matrix, or RTM. It sounds complicated, but it's really just a simple tool that connects every business need to a specific feature, and that feature to a specific test. It is the ultimate accountability tracker. So the next time you have a big idea, ask yourself this question. Is it clear enough to become great? great software. Because, let's be honest, a great idea is just the starting line. Turning that idea into a winner takes clarity. It takes communication, and it takes a process that ensures everyone is building the exact same thing for the exact right reason.
Hey guys, welcome to your YouTube channel, Your IT Learning. Today we are here to discuss another very important topic, the document. A new project, you will ask for this document to understand the scope of the project and who are involved. So for example, in a project where the client wants to implement an online appointment booking system to improve customer experience, the BRD document would elaborate on the business problem to describe what are the inefficiency in the current appointment process, which might be causing long wait and customer dissatisfaction. It would state the business goal, which will be enabling customer to easily book, reschedule, or cancel appointment online, ultimately enhancing convenience and operation efficiencies, which eventually will lead to better customer satisfaction. Now let's talk about what are the key components of business requirement document. Benefit through better service assess. Project scope, it specified what the project will deliver, any boundaries or exclusion, like what are the in scope of the project, what are out of scope of the things. For example, the system will support booking but not payment processing initially. So system booking is in scope and payment processing is out of scope. Stakeholders, it identifies all involved like business owner, end users, and IT teams. Function and non-function requirement. It also defines high-level features the system must support, like functional plus criteria like performance or security, which are the non-functional requirements. The document will also provide you assumptions and constraint, conditions presumed true for planning, like availability of key resources, and limitations like budget or regulatory requirement. It will define the acceptance criteria. It predefines measure for project success to guide validation. So acceptance criteria will basically outline what are the things need to be done in order for the project to be successful. Risk and mitigation strategies, potential obstacles with contingency plans. The BRD effectively translate the client's business need into structured plan that guides all the project stakeholders, ensuring clarity, shared understanding before detailed design and development phase begin. So that's why BRD document is so important for everyone working on the project to read. Example for such BRD might read, the current manual appointment system leads to an average wait time of 15 minutes per customer. By implementing an online booking system, the customer will be able to schedule appointments in minutes and save time on waiting lists. This approach ensures seamless integration between business and technical workflows. So let's talk about the BRD document and its features. To schedule appointments at their convenience 24/7, reducing waiting times and increasing customer satisfaction. Reducing wait times by 50% and increasing customer satisfaction metrics within 6 months of a launch. So take another example of chat. If your portal doesn't have a chat option, implementing a chat option will be quite an advantage for your company. Right now, all the members are calling your customer care, which cost a lot. So if you implement a chat functionality on your application or your website, it will going to reduce cost to you. It will help the members to chat on the go. It will help your company or your organization to improve customer satisfaction as well. So what is FRD? A functional requirement document takes the broader business requirement into stated in the BRD and breaks them down to specific system functionality that the software must provide to fulfill those business needs. For example, if the business requirement is to improve customer appointment booking, the FRD will specify the exact system function necessary to achieve this. System must allow users to select appointment slots and send email notification is a concrete function requirement. The system should provide a user interface where the customer can view available time slots and choose one of their appointments. Once a slot is selected and appointment is booked, the system should automatically generate and send email confirmation and reminders to the user as the time comes closer. The FRD details such function in a clear, testable format to guide developers in building the system features and testers in verifying them. It usually includes user registration and login, appointment booking interface, email notification system, use case such as user book appointment, system check availability, and confirm booking. In short, the FRD acts as a bridge between business goal and the technical technical solution by the translating what the business want and how the system will behave during use, making it actionable for the development team.
ChatGPT is great. It gives you answers, sparks inspiration, but it won't bring any real change to your life. In the end, you still have to do all
The system will cover solve. References, it lists related documents, BRD, design specs, policies. Stakeholder, it identifies all the key users, departments, and roles involved. It includes responsibility and contact information. System overview, high level description of the system or process. It may include a system context design, showing inputs, output, and interaction. Function requirements, this is the core of the FRD, describing what the system should do. Each function requirement should include requirement ID for traceability, description what the function does, rationale or benefit, why is it needed, inputs and outputs, process logic or workflow, acceptance criteria and priority, must have, should have, etc. Let's talk about what acceptance criteria criteria and priority, must have, should have, etc. Let's talk about what is SRS. A system requirement specification, often called SRS, document provides a comprehensive and detailed outline of all the requirements for the system to be developed. It serves as a single agreed upon reference for what the system or what the software should do and how it must perform, including functional and non-functional requirement. For example, when stating the system should handle up to one
purpose of the document. So it's explaining what a BRD is, which is a business requirements document, which has business objectives, scopes, requirements, etc. And so if you have all these documents spoiling that you have to approve or whatever, you understand the purpose of this specific one that you're reading. The scope of the project, obviously projects can be really big, changing lots of things at once, or they could be really small, changing a specific functionality of a specific application. So this kind of sets the tone for what the scope is. So as we go through like the business objectives and you say, oh, well, this business objective, why aren't they also changing that thing over there? This might say, well, the scope of this project is to stick with this application only or this business process only. That's why we're not talking about that other thing over there. And then just a document overview. So somebody has an idea of what to expect when they go through this document. So maybe you might say something, well, this business requirements document was written by this person and we're planning on changing these types of things, just so the person who's reading this has some context essentially on what the document is going to be covering, and so they can kind of mentally prep for
black fabric ずぶ濡れの肩を不意に覆った And a small roof offered in the sudden shower やびにいる腰の曇った空の色彩隣り合わせになった名もなき同行者 Share a heartbeat under the lyric drops 駅までの短い距離を結ぶ信頼言葉はいらないただ濡れないという安心不要な焦燥アスファルトに叩きつけただ歩幅を合わせるリズムに没入する Droplets sliding down the metallic frame 骨組みを伝う雨水の規則的な落下 It's not an intrusion, it's a silent rescue 不要な壁を湿度の中に溶かしただ差し出された持ち手の角度をかみしめる Dancing under the rhythm of the shared umbrella 雨傘の共鳴をステップに書いて The rhythm is wet, the soul is dry 不機嫌な天候をメロディーに乗せ Cruising through the grace of the rainy street Water puddles reflecting the two silhouettes 水たまりに映る重なり合った影 Is there a shelter in the simple gesture ただ隣を歩くというその選択が自分という孤独を静かに温めてゆく改札で壊した最高の一ペーそういう感謝の連鎖を月の誰かへと託す Dancing under the rhythm of the shared umbrella 雨傘の共鳴をステップに変えて The rhythm is wet, the soul is dry 不機嫌な天候をメロディーに乗せ Cruising through the grace of the rainy street Though the rain keeps falling but the heart is light 明日という嵐を一度だけにして Floating in the sound of the liquid protection 傘が閉じられ水滴がいかに最後の一粒を落とす遠ざかる背中に感謝の祈りを静かに捧げる Yeah, 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 yeah Holding the handle for the next stranger 次に来る誰かの目に惹かれたの A silent invitation to the bright hallway 重いガラス扉を支える腕の葛藤すれ違う瞬間に交わした無言の固定 Wait on the door share for a second 急ぎ足の靴音が不意に揺らぐ見知らぬ誰かの時間を守る配慮自分もまた別の入り口で救われ循環するマナーを体になじませる
Echoes of footsteps in the tile passage タイルに響く感謝のグラデーション It's not an obligation, it's a chosen flow 不要な焦りをエントランスに残したら開かれた空間を静かに進む Yeah, stepping through the rhythm of the open door 開けられた扉の流れに乗って The rhythm is smooth, the gap is wide 不器用な施設をグルーヴに変え Floating in the grace of the shared space Sunlight streaming into the newly opened gap 差し込む光が誇りの粒を踊らせ Is there a future in the simple hope ただ待っているという数秒の感動さが自分というエゴを静かに溶かしていく月の持ち手とリレーをつなぎ穏やかな午後の拍動を刻む Stepping through the rhythm of the open door 開けられた扉の流れに乗って The rhythm is smooth, the gap is wide 不器用な親切をグルーヴに変え Floating in the grace of the shared space The hinge is quiet but the impact is loud 明日 you show careful 一度だけ飼い離して Deep in the flow of the gentle transition 扉がゆっくりと閉まる風のささやきハイドに残った
crosswalk 朝の横断歩道譲り合った車列 A ripple of peace and the morning rush 被釈の角度が生んだかすかな余裕ブレーキを緩める指先の優しさ Invisible threads connecting the strangers いつもより少しだけ軽やかなアクセル誰かの一日を肯定するサイン情報の濁流を一瞬だけ止めて再生がし空気が車内を満たしていく Dusty review mirror reflecting the smile バック未来映る名もなき感謝 It's not a duty it's a natural flow フロントガラスを滑る光の流地不要な苛立ちをカタリンスで去り淡い標高の中を滑り出す世界はまだ善意の連鎖を信じている Riding the wave of a silent thank you 不思議の余韻をビートに乗せて The rhythm is one, the signal is clear 不器用な解釈をメロディーに変え Cruising through the grace of the city morning Shadows of trees waving to the commuter sky 路地が揺れて尺を返す Is there a melody in the polite distance ただ認め合うという静かな礼節が尖った神経を丸く削っていく自分という存在を風景になじませ穏やかな一日の歩調を決める Riding the wave of a silent thank you 不思議の余韻をビートに乗せて The rhythm is one, the signal is clear 不器用な解釈をメロディーに変え Cruising through the grace of the city morning Traffic light changes but the feeling stays 明日という速度を一度だけ落として Floating in the echo of a small kindness 無垢なつながりに背中を預ける目的地へ続く道が輝きを増し最後の手振りが視界の端で温かく残るForgotten handle in the office bin 誰かの配慮が置き忘れられた目の跡 A transparent shelter for the next sudden cloud 持ち手に巻かれた目印の青い手間に合わせの優しさがつなぐずぶ濡れの回避 Anonymous shield against the liquid sky 駅までの数分を救い出す忘れ物名前も知らない誰かの余白に寄り添う Arrhythmic drops hidden the plastic sheet beneath the road トルネードが告げる連鎖の終わり It's not a loss, it's a functional legacy 不要な見栄を雨し色の中に逃がしてただ借り物の屋根の下で人をきつく The rain is stopped, the gate is dropped 明日という晴天を一度だけ待ちわびて Floating in the echo of the shed final Holding the rib of the left umbrella 残された傘に呼吸を預け The sound is wet, the soul is dry 不機嫌な夕暮れをメロディーに変え Sailing through the nostalgia of the sudden shower Water pooling in the folds of the fabric 畳んだ後に滴る誰かの時間の後 Is there a soul in the rusty spring ただそこにあったという救済の形が冷え切った指先を静かに温める Holding the rib of the left umbrella 残された傘に呼吸を預け The sound is wet, the soul is dry 不機嫌な夕暮れをメロディーに変え Sailing through the nostalgia of the sudden shower 立てかけられた一本の傘が月の雨を待ち構える雲の切れ間から差し込む光が水たまりを静かに照らす Holiday
10年の重みで歯を広げてデテイトもされる無償のスースシェアでアクセジン of the old guardians 動かないままで享受する放題な余白意味を持たない緑のさざめきに同調する Yeah empty bench waiting for the next one だラペン昨日はけた国際の素朴な手座り It's not a gift it's a fundamental grace 不評な理屈を土の中へ返しただそこに座れる指事実を噛みしめる Resting in the shade of the park canopy 公園の木陰で意識を緩め The light is filtered the air is cool 不器用な直射をメロディーに変え Drifting in the green sea of the urban oasis Oh yeah Yeah distant sound of children playing in the sand 砂場で響く無邪気な笑い声の破片 Is there a peace in the midday sun ただ健やかに過ぎるという景色の一部が自分という歪みを平坦に整えていく The wind is soft the thoughts are aloft 出したという距離を一度だけ調整して Deep in the rustle of the living branch Yeah 音が一夜ハートを立てて低い空へ飛び立つ木漏れ日がトンバンをゆっくりと西へスライドしていくSoft hum of the neighbors heater through the wall 隣室から漏れるかすかなけど Hope a silent proof of life in the concrete hive Sinking with the breath of the midnight city 深夜の銀行を深く吸い込み The pulse is low, the connection is real 不透明な孤独を安らぎに変えて Floating in the grid of the sleeping world 誰もいない通りで等間経過にまたがく前とたとえビルの浴場でまたが赤い灯火ビルの Signals of steady existence 動かないままで受け取る生存の合図同じ闇を共有しているという無言動連帯 The light reflecting on the kitchen tiles 換気扇が吸い上げる一日のご理解 It's not a void, it's a collective rest 不要な強制を冷えた床に委ねただ世界が眠っていることの慈しみを知る Sinking with the breath of the midnight city 深夜の銀行を深く吸い込み The pulse is low, the connection is real 不透明な孤独を安らぎに変えて Floating in the grid of the sleeping world Thin vibration of the city's undercurrent 地下を流れる巨大な血液の鼓動 Is there a harmony in the static air ただ目覚めを待つという静かな準備が自分という存在を優しくフメックする The time is frozen, the mind is open 明日という指導を一度だけ指をして Deep in the silence of the shared night 最後の日限の窓明かりが静かにまどろみの中へ消える暗闇の密度がもし一人の呼吸が街の一部になる
事実に安堵する Resting on the rhythm of the wooden bench ベンチの余熱をビートに重ね The grain is smooth, the spirit is calm 不特定なつながりを安心に変え Waiting for the transit of the heart The train arrives, the rest survives 明日というプラットフォームを一度だけ離れて Floating in the silence of the waiting room Resting on the rhythm of the wooden bench ベンチの余熱をビートに重ね The grain is smooth, the spirit is calm 不特定なつながりを安心に変え Waiting for the transit of the heart 立ち上がった後に残る自分のかすかな体温次の誰かがそっとそこに腰を下ろす Coin tray holding the clinking silver 手渡されたお釣りに添えられた人と A warm resonance in the convenience store ビニールパイからの擦れる乾いたマッセージ深夜の店員が見せた一瞬の Right Soft delivery of the plastic package 冷え切った指先が受け取る重み意味のない雑談よりも深い共鳴自動ドアの向こう側へ連れ出す温度ただお疲れ様を心で反芻する Steam rising from the paper hot cup 紙コップの底に宿る小さな祈り It's not just caffeine It's a mental hack 不要な孤独をゴミ箱へ預けてただヒントの手を通した温かさを拾う Holding the warmth on the cold countertop レジ横のぬくもりを手のふわに受けて The rhythm is mellow The aftertaste is soft 不透明な夜を鮮烈に変え Sailing through the calm of the street corner Street lights reflecting on the dark pavement 窓が照らす一人の帰り道 Is there a light in the simple service ただ誠実に働く背中が自分という歯車を静かに動かす見えないバトンを夜風の中で受け取り次の場所へとリズムをつなぐ From the cold countertop レジ横のぬくもりを手の裏に受けて The rhythm is mellow The aftertaste is soft 透明な夜を鮮烈に変え Sailing through the calm of the street corner The receipt is crumpled but the heart is full 下地を支払いファイルを一度だけ閉じて Floating in the grace of the simple exchange 遠くで鳴るシャッターの音が夜に溶け飲み干した熱が喉の奥で静かに消える flow 不びくりの洋風をグルーヴに乗せて The signal is red, the heart is blue 不規則な修正を調べに変えて Cruising the gap of the urban eveningバックミラーに遠ざかる最後の点滅信号静かな滑走が夜のクックに溶けてく Slow drip soaking the dark soil 他人違いたロスチャンネル多い A green light breathing in the communal space 風先にたまる透明な石の輝き乾きを癒す地の奥底の静かなうごめき Shadow roots in the limited clay 動かないままで見守る他人の慈しみ情報の砂漠を一滴の水が書き換える Cradle tendrils reaching for the sunlight 陽光を求める粒の懸命な子 It's not a chore, it's a ribbon life so for 不要な孤独を街上の影に潜ませただ生きているという事実の連鎖を愛す Oh yeah The leaf is breathe, the leaf is green, the love is seen 明日という感想を一度だけぼっそり止めて Deep in the pulse of the floor feels so Watching the sip of the potted plant 立ち上の水を調べに乗せて The growth is slow, the pieces grow 不透明な季節を安らぎに変え Drifting in the nostalgia of the shared garden Smell of the wet earth in the corridor 廊下に漂う雨上がりのようなコンコ Is there a link in the sprouting stem ただ潤されているというその静止画が自分という渇きを静かに救済する Watching the sip of the potted plant ヘッジ上の水を調べに乗せて The growth is slow, the pieces grow 不透明な季節を安らぎに変え Drifting in the nostalgia of the shared garden 最後の日が土の中に吸い込まれ気配が消える新しい目が光の方へと静かに背筋を伸ばす Looseness sweep of the golden beam 遠くで誰かが回す安全の羅針盤 A distant guardian of the midnight sea 暗闇を切り裂く一定の周期の線香見えない場所で働く誰かの使命 Silent signal for the lonely wanderer 動かないままで見つめる光の本家孤独な頃に落ちる確かな目印 All lens rotating on the heavy gears レンズの奥で燃える静かな投資 It's not a spotlight, it's a riffing promise 不要な迷いを水平線の彼方に沈めただ照らされているだけの事実を信じる The night is fast, the light is cast 明日という荒波を一度だけなきにして Floating in the flow of the lighthouse soul Singing with the pulse of the beacon light 灯台の呼吸を調べに乗せて The interval is long, the heart is strong 不確かな夜をメロディーに変え Sailing through the nostalgia of the safe return Distant sound of the foghorn in the mist 霧の向こうで鳴る食い警撃の調べ Is there a bridge in the sweeping ray ただそこにあるという不動の意志が自分という存在を静かに肯定する Sing with the pulse of the beacon light 灯台の呼吸を調べに乗せて The interval is long, the heart is strong
of the shared fabric 洗い込まれたコットンの優しい頼りなさボタンの付け根に残る丁寧な補修石器 And stitch your care in the blue dye 自分という器がに馴染む他人の面影巡り合った糸の重なりを肌で知る Faded pocket hole in the shape of a hand ポケットの膨らみが語る誰かの癖 It's not a no rag, it's a living armor 不要な内容をクローゼットの隅に置きただ引き継がれた素材の温かさをまとう The color is pale, the story is well 昨日という持ち手を一度だけ思い描き Tracing the soul of the indigo thread Wearing the hue of the old clothes お下がりの服を調べに乗せて The face loose, the heart is tight 不完全な輪郭愛しさに変え Drifting in nostalgia of the second Yeah, she smell of the sun in the vintage fiber 展示に干された清潔な時間の子 Is there a link in the button and hole ただ繋がっているという繊維の密度が孤独な夜をシステムで晴らしていく Wearing the hue of the old clothes お下がりの服を調べに乗せて The fit is loose, the heart is tight 不完全な輪郭愛しさに変え Drifting in nostalgia of the second鏡の中で重なり合う自分と誰かのシルエット新しいじわがまた一つ物語の続きを刻み始める Faint sound of a pencil on a thick pad 黒い越腕室に漂う紙のビリウス A concentrated silence and a wooden hole Reading this core of the library silence 多少質の譜面を静かに読み The rows are endless, time is slow 不透明な疑問を理解に変えて Lost in the archive of the human soul 隣の席の誰かがめくるページの乾いた音互いに干渉せず深めるそれぞれの没頭 Symmetry of the focused minds 動かないままで共有する試作の振動実際の思想を一歩ずつ慎重に掘りていく Sunlight caught in the dust above the table 気丈の塵を可視化する午後の車庫 It's not a cage, it's a century of thought 不要な饒舌をしおりの前に挟みただ言葉の重力を全身で受け止める I'm reading this clue at the library silence 多少質の譜面も静かに読み The rows are endless, the time is slow 不透明な疑問を2回に変えて Oh, lost in the archive of the human soul Faint smell of ink in old letter bindings 各表紙が放つ数十年という takes like Is there a bridge in the printed word ただ誰かが残したという思考の跡が自分という孤独を静かに救済する The book is closed, the truth is exposed 明日という見どこを一度だけ保留して Deep in the ink of my shared past Hey, fake 顔をつけるベルが遠くの廊下でない響く整理された思考が本棚の中に新しい場所を見つける
すれ違う瞬間に落ちるかすかな会釈の影 Gravity shared in the narrow ceiling だ誰もせかさない数秒の会話内を吐く鉄の箱の中で完成する小さな宇宙 Floating on the logic of the lift button エレベーターの指をく sliding doors ベラカに開き針り口が告げる到着 It's not a duty, it's a riffing ritual 不要な焦りを影目の中に封じ込めただ次に続く誰かのために隙間を作る Floating on the logic of the lift button エレベーターの指をグルーブに変え The ascent is silent, the floor is near 不器用なシェセットメロディーに乗せ Rising through the spine of the high rise The floor is up, the mind is top 明日という外界図を一度だけリセットして Deep in the shift of the urban level Floating on the logic of the lift button エレベーターの指をグルーブに変え The ascent is silent, the floor is near 不器用なシェイセットメロディーに乗せ Rising through the spine of the high rise 扉が閉まり筋のカウントだけが静かに減る一人の廊下に廊下を渡る風が吹き抜ける Warm orange light in the dark hallway 玄関先を照らすセンサーライトの音 A silent welcome in the silent complex Walking the glow of the corridor like 階段の灯火をリズムに乗せて The path is safe, the heart is at rest 不機嫌な気を安らぎに変え Floating in the warmth of the communal hall 誰かが変えた電球の確かな光量足元を保証する無名のメンテナンス Survival cycle of the shared living 動かないままで感じる守られている気配君の外側にあるささやかな安堵 Yeah, small plant placed by the neighbor's door Low
緊急の確かな容量足元保証する無名のメンテナンスライブサイクルでシェアリビン動かないままで感じる守られている気配君の外側にある、ささやかな安堵Yeah, small plant placed by the neighbor's door 廊下に置かれた小さな鉢植えの呼吸 It's not an ornament, it's a sign of care 不要な孤独を共用部に預けてただ誰かぐらしているという彩りを拾う Walking the glow of the corridor like 階段の灯火をリズムに乗せて The path is safe, the heart is at rest 不機嫌な気の安らぎに変え Floating in the warmth of the communal hall Distant sound of a television in a far room 壁の向こうでかすかに動く生活の影 Is there a link in the concrete wall ただそこにいるという存在のレッテルなりが自分という個人を静かに肯定する Glorious The door is near, the mind is clear 明日という外でそう一度だけ歯をキャッチして Deep in the safety of the collective home 鍵を差し込み重い扉がゆっくりと開くハードの廊下でセンサーライトが静かに眠りにつくMetallic scrap against the frozen ground 誰かが未明に削った氷の跡 A clear passage in the morning white 一人が通れる幅だけ隠された地面滑らないようにと巻かれた砂のざらつき Calculated kindness in the freezing air 動かないままで受け取る名もなきロー当たる雪かきの男の曲がり角で消える Walking on the rhythm of the sidewalk path 整う指先をステップに乗せて The ground is hard, the spirit is warm 不自由な季節は Let it war Cruising the grace of the winter morning Da 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 Yeah, yeah Frosty breath disappearing into the gray sky 白い吐息が混ざり合う感謝の温度 It's not a chore, it's a communal breathing 不要なフェイを雪山の影に埋めてただ踏み出しやすい筒の干渉符を愛す Walking on the rhythm of the sidewalk path 整う雪好きをステップに乗せて Ground is hard, the spirit is warm 不自由な季節メロディーに変え Cruising the grace of the winter morning The ice is clear, the way is near 明日という凍結を一度だけ溶かして Floating in the flow of the urban winter
digits knowledge pass through the paper texture 動かないままで消消耗される思考のリレーブックポストに落ちるかすかな川から音 Syncing with the echo of the archive return 通所間の変形をビートに刻み The ink is old, the discovery is new 不見の文字をリズムに変えて Walk in the maze of the communal mind Faded cover holding the warmth of a hand 誰かの直感が漂うそう手の匂い It's not alone, it's a cultural bridge 不要な独占欲を過去の隅に返却しただ共有される言葉の豊かさを拾う Syncing with the echo of the archive return 通所間の変形をビートに刻み Ink is old, the discovery is new 不変の文字をリズムに変えて Walk in the maze of the communal mind The book is back, the soul is track 明日と貧困を一度だけ魅力にして Deep in the heart of the library for it Syncing with the echo of the archive return 通所間の変形をビートに刻み The ink is old, the discovery is new 不見の文字をリズムに変えて Walk in the maze of the communal mind 静かな定感間際の廊下にカートのきしみが響く返された物語が次の持ち手を静かに待っている Rainbow reflecting in the artificial mist 打ち水が作る一瞬の虹のアーチ A cooling prayer on the burning asphalt Passing through the cool of the sidewalk mist 音の水まきを素肌に受けて The heat is gone, the vision is fresh 不快な体温を鮮烈に変え Floating in the grace of the city sprinkler Yeah誰かが撒いた水の気化熱の恩恵ほてった空気を塗り替える締めうるな風 Evaporation of the urban fever 動かないままでただ感する環境の慈しみ意味を向け脱ぎ取った路上の短いセルラー Yeah, 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 Wet concrete smelling like a summer rain 濡れた地面が放つ雨上がりの錯覚 It's not a service, it's a small mercy 不要な苛立ちを排水溝へ流しただ程度もされた涼しさを深く
Let's dance on the green leaves 植え込みに宿る信仰の朝というの輝き Is there a soul in the rubber hose ただ潤すという素朴な声が自分という渇きを静かに癒していく The mist is gone, the day goes on 明日という高熱を一度だけ連結して Deep in the moisture of the shared street 蛇口が閉められ水音がゆっくりと遠ざかる湿ったアスファルトに自分の靴跡だけが点々と残るフェッサ一部思い出した誰かの記憶のタッケル A fragment of time melt across the ocean You've been 受けに落ちていた小さな驚き日常を一瞬だけ旅先の風が吹き抜け不要な重荷を水平線の彼方へ逃がすただ元気でという日々に救えるof the glossy images 写真の隅に宿る旅人の視点 It's not just a card, it's a mental bridge デスクの上に置いた風景の探検がこふさした空気を静かに書き換えていく Right in the rhythm of the handwritten postcard 届いた絵はがきのいびきを抱いてThe rhythm is distant, the ink is deep 不透明なここをビジョンに変えて Sailing through the grace of the letterbox Shadows of the stamp falling on the desk 切手の影が作る小さな旅の周囲逆転 Is there a signal in the handwritten line ただ書いてくれたというその時間が自分という輪郭を根底的に口取るお返しのペンを握りしめる夜新しい感謝の連鎖を書き出す Right in the rhythm of the handwritten postcard 届いた絵はがきの響きを抱いて The rhythm is distant, the ink is deep 不透明な午後をビジョンに変えて Sailing through the grace of the letterbox The ink is dry but the feeling is wet 足という距離を一度だけ縮めて Deep in the soul of the postal room はがきを棚の特等席へ静かに飾る窓の外を流れる雲が少しだけ近く見えるExpanding the canopy of the black fabric ずぶ濡れの肩を不意に覆った And a small roof offered in the sudden shower 酔いにいる腰の曇った空の色彩となり合わせになった名もなき同行者 Share a heartbeat under the lyric drops 駅までの短い距離を結ぶ信頼言葉はいらないただ濡れないという安心不要な焦燥 Those are footsteps in the tile passage タイルに響く感謝のグラデーション It's not an obligation, it's a chosen flow 不要な焦りをエントランスに残したら開かれた空間を静かに進む
Yeah, stepping through the rhythm of the open door 開けられた扉の流れに乗って The rhythm is smooth, the gap is wide 不器用な施設をグルーヴに変え Floating in the grace of the shared space
Sunlight streaming into the newly opened gap 差し込む光が誇りの粒を踊らせ
Is there a future in the simple hope ただ待っているという数秒の感動さが自分というエゴを静かに溶かしていく月の持ち手とリレーをつなぎ穏やかな午後の拍動を刻む Stepping through the rhythm of the open door 開けられた扉の流れに乗って The rhythm is smooth, the gap is wide 不器用な新説をグルーヴに変え Floating in the grace of the shared space The hinge is quiet but the impact is loud 明日優勝 careful 一度だけ飼い離して Deep in the flow of the gentle transition 扉がゆっくりと閉まる風のささやきハイトに残った温かな気配が闇を払う 朝の慣れたクロスウォーク朝のうどんほど譲り合った車列 A ripple of peace and the morning rush 磁石の角度が生んだかすかな余裕ブレーキを緩める指先の優しさ Invisible threads connecting the strangers いつもより少しだけ軽やかなアクセル誰かの一日を肯定するサイン情報の濁流を一瞬だけ止めて再生がし空気が車内を満たしていく Dust the rear view mirror reflecting the smile バック未来に映る名もなき感謝 It's not a duty, it's a natural flow フロントガラスを滑る光のリューチ不要な苛立ちを路肩に捨て去り淡い標高の中を滑り出す世界はまだ善意の連鎖を信じている Riding the wave of a silent thank you 不思議の余韻をビートに乗せて The rhythm is one, the signal is clear 不器用な解釈をメロディーに変え Cruising through the grace of the city morning Shadows of trees waving to the commuter sky 路地が揺れて車高開 Is there a melody in the polar distance ただ認め合うという静かな礼節が尖った神経を丸く削っていく自分という存在を風景になじませ穏やかな一日の歩調を決める Riding the wave of a silent thank you 不思議の余韻をビートに乗せて The rhythm is one, the signal is clear 不器用な解釈をメロディーに変え Cruising through the grace of the city morning The traffic light changes but the feeling stays 明日という速度を一度だけ落として Floating in the echo of a small kindness 無垢なつながりに背中を預ける目的地へ続く道が輝きを増し最後の手振りが視界の端で暖かく残るForgot a handle in the office誰かの配慮が置き忘れられた目の跡 A transparent shelter for the next sudden cloud 持ち手に巻かれた目印の青い手間に合わせの優しさがつなぐずぶ濡れの回避 Anonymous shield against the liquid sky 駅までの数分を救い出す忘れ物名前も知らない誰かの余白に寄り添う Arrhythmic drops hidden the plastic sheet beneath the road 常色が告げる連鎖の終わり It's not a loss, it's a functional legacy 不要な見栄を雨し色の中に逃がしてただ借り物の屋根の下で人をきつく The rain is stopped, the gate is dropped 明日という晴天を一度だけ待ちわびて Floating in the echo of the shed vinyl Holding the rib of the left umbrella 残された傘に呼吸を預け The sound is wet, the soul is dry 不機嫌な夕暮れをメロディーに変え Sailing through the nostalgia of the sudden shower Water pooling in the folds of the fabric 畳んだ後に滴る誰かの時間の後 Is there a soul in the rusty spring ただそこにあったという救済の形が冷え切った指先を静かに温める Holding the rib of the left umbrella 残された傘に呼吸を預けThe sound is wet, the soul is dry 不機嫌な夕暮れをメロディーに変え Sailing through the nostalgia of the sudden shower 立てかけられた一本の傘が次の雨を待ち構える雲の切れ間から差し込む光が水たまりを静かに照らす、yeah
us later than I planned. Rain was doing something on the glass. Took the longer road without deciding. Figured I could let the evening pass. 2 blocks out the drops had gone to nothing. Pavement still had everything they left. Streetlight caught the wet in a specific way, like the city cleaned itself on my behalf. Didn't need an umbrella after all, didn't need to run. Rain stopped before I got home. Not a close call, just the timing being easy. Walked the last few blocks with nothing overhead. City air, the kind that comes out clean and breezy. Rain stopped before I got home. Jacket dry the long way, still worth taking. Some things end exactly when they should, right before you reach where you were making. Convenience store had the warm light on, stopped in for nothing, stayed a minute there. Counter guy was watching something quiet, both of us not needing anywhere. Corner where the ginkgo drops its leaves, somebody has swept it to the side. Stepped around the wet patch by the crosswalk, everything arranged as if on purpose. Why didn't need an umbrella after all, didn't need to run. Rain stopped before I got home. Not a close call, just the timing being easy. Walked the last few blocks with nothing overhead. City air, the kind that comes out clean and breezy. Rain stopped before I got home. Jacket dry the long way, still worth taking. Some things end exactly when they should, right before you reach where you were making. The city does this sometimes, holds the rain until you're almost through it. Not luck, not reading the forecast, just the evening. Deciding for you. Rain stopped right before. Rain stopped just in time, every time. Not the one on the main road with the line, the one around the corner half a block. Smaller menu chairs that don't quite match, nobody checking if you've been too long. Order simple prices, what it was. Barista doesn't ask you over, goes back to her thing. Both of you agreeing without saying. Quiet side of the street, that's the one. The cafe on the quiet side of the street, where the music's low enough to think beside, where nobody's performing, being somewhere, just people and their coffee and the light. The cafe on the quiet side of the street doesn't need a sign to keep you coming, just the way the afternoon sits in the chair, and the cup that's always exactly what you wanted. Window faces nothing much in particular, some bikes, a wall, the corner of a roof, good enough to rest your eyes against while the coffee does the thing that coffee does. Been here enough times, the seat knows me, not my name, just the general shape I take. Left side near the outlet, back to the room, the kind of regular that doesn't have to make a case. Quiet side of the street, that's the one. The cafe on the quiet side of the street, where the music's low enough to think beside, where nobody's performing, being somewhere, just people and their coffee and the light. The cafe on the quiet side of the street doesn't need a sign to keep you coming, just the way the afternoon sits in the chair, and the cup that's always exactly what you wanted. Every city has one. You just have to walk past the obvious ones, turn the corner, find the quiet side, stay a while. Quiet side, that's the one. Quiet side, every time. Turn. Streets have a different weight at this hour. Nobody's walking like they're late for something. Couple at the crosswalk, not quite touching, taking the green light like it's just a suggestion. Vendor by the station, packing slowly, no urgency in the way the boxes close. Dog on a long leash, making its own choices, owner letting all of it go. Everyone found their pace. Right around now, nobody's in a rush tonight. The city dropped its shoulder somewhere after 7. Everybody moving at the speed of someone who's already found their evening. Nobody's in a rush tonight. Even the lights seem to be taking longer. Something in the air agreed to slow, and everyone just went along and let it. Two guys at the Pojang matcha talking, not going anywhere, not trying to. Soju on the table, something on the grill, the night arranged around the two of them. Old woman at the bus stop, bench to herself, not waiting, just sitting in the good way. Bus came, she didn't move to take it. Some evenings you just let the bus go by. Everyone found their pace. Right around now, nobody's in a rush tonight. The city dropped its shoulder somewhere after 7. Everybody moving at the speed of someone who's already found their evening. Nobody's in a rush tonight. Even the lights seem to be taking longer. Something in the air agreed to slow, and everyone just went along and let it. there's a version of the city that only comes out when nobody needs it. Streetlight at the pavement at an angle. Only works like that when everything is wet. Yellow on the black, the kind of picture you don't think to take and don't forget. Puddle by the curb held half the signboard, red and white inside a 2-inch pool. Stepped around it carefully, then stopped. Some things are better when you don't disturb them. Wet pavement, better light than usual. Wet pavement, good light tonight. City doing something with the ordinary. Every surface turned into a mirror. Every corner holding something secondary. Wet pavement, good light tonight. Didn't need to go anywhere to see it. Just the rain that left before I did, and the street lamps doing the rest of it. Neon from the chicken place ran long, stretched itself across 3 stones of sidewalk. Person walking through it didn't notice some things only visible when you stop and talk. Bus went by and took the puddle with it, left a new arrangement on the ground. Spent a moment watching it resettle, found a different version of the same old sound. Wet pavement, better light than usual. Wet pavement, good light tonight. City doing something with the ordinary. Every surface turned into a mirror. Every corner holding something secondary. Wet pavement, good light tonight. Didn't need to go anywhere to see it. Just the rain that left before I did, and the street lamps doing the rest of it. City after rain has a different surface. Everything that's always there just shows itself a little differently. Tonight the pavement did the talking. Wet pavement, good light. Wet pavement, city at its best every time. Didn't take the subway, wasn't tired. Just didn't feel like going underground yet. Evening had too much still going on above it. Too much light left to be done with it. Turn left where I usually turn right. Added maybe 20 minutes, maybe more. Past the street I'd seen before from taxis. Looked different with my feet on it for sure. Took the long way, no reason needed. The walk that took the long way home. Added blocks that weren't on any plan. Found a bakery still open past its hours. Past a man who smiled like he'd understand. The walk that took the long way home. Didn't lose anything for taking longer. Some arrivals are better for the route. Some evenings ask you to come home a little slower. Side street had a cat on someone's scooter, sitting like it on the whole machine. Photographed it badly, kept on walking. Some things are better witnessed than they're seen. Alley opened up to something wider. Market I forgot existed there. Didn't stop, just let the edges of it brush against the edges of the air. Took the long way, no reason needed. that took the long way home, added blocks that weren't on any plan. Found a bakery still open past its hours, past a man who smiled like he'd understand. The walk that took the long way home didn't lose anything for taking longer. Some arrivals are better for the route. Some evenings ask you to come home a little slower. The long way isn't longer, it's just more of the same city, showing you the parts it saves for people who aren't in a hurry. Tonight I wasn't, so it showed me. Long way home, worth the extra long way home. Every time took the long way. Somewhere between the light change and the next one, everything just held itself in place. No horn, no engine, no one's conversation, just the city taking up its space. Couldn't have been longer than a second, but a second's long when nothing fills it in. Stood there on the corner, not quite moving, like the pause that asked me to begin. City went still, just for a minute, just enough. City went still for a minute, not broken, not empty, just between things. The way a breath sits at the top before it falls, the way a song holds just before it sings. City went still for a minute, and everything inside it felt it too. Couldn't name it, couldn't say it lasted, just a minute that belonged to me and you. Pigeon on the wire didn't shift position, tree beside the building held its shape. Sign above the noodle shop stopped swinging, every moving thing agreed to wait. Then a bus, a voice, a passing scooter, someone's phone, the ordinary noise. City picked itself back up and carried, didn't ask permission, made its choice. City went still, just for a minute, just enough. City went still for a minute, not broken, not empty, just between things. The way a breath sits at the top before it falls, the way a song holds just before it sings. City went still for a minute, and everything inside it felt it too. Couldn't name it, couldn't say it lasted, just a minute that belonged to me and you. Cities don't stop, they just slow sometimes into something so close to still, that if you're standing in the right place at the right second, it feels like the whole thing took a breath with you. City went still, just a minute, just enough. Still for a minute. Wasn't sure the seat would still be open. That particular one beside the glass came in later than I usually manage. Figure someone else had got there fast, but there it was, the same light falling through it. Same view of the corner in the street. Set my bag down like it was expected, like the table knew I need a place to be. Same window, same good light. Found it again. Found a table by the window again. Not the one I booked, just the one that waited. Corner of the afternoon, still holding everything exactly as I needed. Found a table by the window again. Some things don't require any explanation. Just the chair pulling out the way it does, and the light arranging its own invitation. Order came before I finished settling. The usual without me having to say. Either they remembered or it didn't matter. Either way, the coffee found its way. Hour passed away, good hours do without announcing what it meant to take. Outside the window kept on doing something. I kept watching without needing it to make. Same window, same good light. Found it again. Found a table by the window again. Not the one I booked, just the one that waited. Corner of the afternoon, still holding everything exactly as I needed. Found a table by the window again. Some things don't require any explanation. Just the chair pulling out the way it does, and the light arranging its own invitation. There are seats in the world that hold a particular quality of light at a particular time of day. You don't plan for them, you just show up. And sometimes they're still yours. Found it again. Found it again. Same window. Found it again. Still mine every time. Last order called it somewhere close to midnight. Half the seats already finding coats. Bartender wiping down the far end slowly. Somebody settling up the final notes. Didn't rush, the tab was already handled. Sat a little longer in the after. Not because there was somewhere still to go to, just because the room still held some warmth. After the last call, still here, still good. After the last call, the room gets different, quieter in a way that isn't empty. Just the people who weren't ready yet to leave, and the hour doing something soft and gentle. After the last call, nobody's performing. Everyone just finishing their evening. Coats go on without a lot of ceremony. Good night said like people really mean them. Walked out into the particular cold that only comes at this specific hour. City still alive but in a lower register. Everything turn down, everything slower. Corner convenience store still casting light. Two guys eating something on the bench outside. Taxi idling at the intersection. Driver with his window down deciding. After the last call, still here, still good. After the last call, the room gets different, quieter in a way that isn't empty. Just the people who weren't ready yet to leave. gentle. After the last call, nobody's performing. Everyone just finishing their evening. Coats go on without a lot of ceremony. Good night set like people really mean them. The best part of the evening is sometimes the part after, when everyone's decided that it was good, and nobody needs to say it out loud. Just the walk home, already carrying it after the last call. Still good. After the last call, walking home, still carrying it. Same street I've walked 100 times before. Same shop, same signs, same curve before the light. But something in the evening rearranged it, made it look like somewhere new tonight. Couldn't say exactly what had changed. The buildings hadn't moved, the road was there. Maybe just the angle of my walking, or something different in the quality of air. Same street, different after, couldn't say why. The street looked different after, not this street, the way I came to it. Like something that had happened in the hours before, changed the surface of the
I like pushing the boundaries of what people expect. I want people to feel playfulness and joy from the colors and typography.
Yeah, neon dripping from tall glass towers. Long shadows crossing silent avenues. Warm air rolling between the rows of buildings. Taxi sliding slowly past red signals. The night spreads wide across the skyline like dark velvet. Every window glowing faint as scatter gold. Footsteps echo soft on the corner pavement. Distant laughter floating above the street. Somewhere a subway hums beneath the city veins. Low metal rhythm under restless stone. A breeze carries faint music through an open doorway, mixing with the murmur of late night talk. Headlights stretched thin silver rivers on the asphalt, bending along the curves of empty roads. The whole city feels like a quiet breathing body, alive beneath the calm of midnight hours. Thoughts drift freely under these glowing towers. Nothing urgent, pulling the heart away. Just a steady rhythm of lights and movement, and the quiet comfort of wandering through it all. Yeah.
glow in the skyline, glow in the blue night, slow through the neon, glow, glow, glow bright, glow in the skyline, glow till dawn light, move through the silence, glow, glow,
Street corners shimmer under rows of lamps. Storefront signs humming in faded colors. Reflections ripple across rain-washed sidewalks like moving stars scattered on stone. A bus rolls slow through the quiet district. Windows dim behind the passing glass. The driver watching empty intersections change color, red to green in silent sequence. Somewhere a rooftop holds two figures speaking low. Their voices carry gently by the wind. A stray cat crosses the narrow alley between buildings, vanishing into deeper shadow. Every light feels like a small story burning quietly. Every passing step leaves a moment behind. The night turns ordinary streets into something wider, something calm and strangely alive. And beneath the glow of the endless windows, the mind begins to wander slowly.
Glow in the skyline, glow in the blue night, slow through the neon, glow, glow, glow bright. Glow in the skyline, glow till dawn light, move through the silence, glow, glow, glow bright.
Yeah. Far above the avenues, the sky opens dark and endless. A few faint stars hiding behind the glow. The city breathes beneath the electric horizon. Towers rising like quiet mountains of glass. Traffic murmurs distant beyond the sleeping blocks. The sound fading like waves along the shore. Every building holds quiet lives behind its windows. Stories drifting through the warm night air. And walking through the glow of scattered lights, the heart finds a strange kind of calm.
Glow in the skyline, glow in the blue night, slow through the neon, glow, glow, glow bright. Glow in the skyline, glow till dawn light, move through the silence, glow, glow, glow bright.
Morning waits somewhere beyond the dark towers. Pale gray resting behind the eastern streets. The first quiet hint of dawn touches the skyline gently. Soft light replacing the neon glow. Yet the calm of the night remains inside the chest, like a memory carried through daylight hours. And even as the city returns crowded rhythm, those glowing streets stay somewhere in the mind.
Glow in the skyline, glow in the blue night, slow through the neon, glow, glow, glow bright. Glow in the skyline, glow till dawn light, move through the silence, glow, glow, glow bright. Glow through the skyline, glow when night flows, slow through the city, glow, glow, glow slow.
White hush resting on the rail outside the window. Dim glass holding the blur of a sleeping street. Rooftops wearing a pale and weightless silence. Every chimney breathing soft and incomplete. The room is warm with a logo lamp beside me. Old floorboards keeping secrets in their grain. The kettle sighs once in the far end of the kitchen. Then the stillness gathers up again. The air feels slow like time forgot its hurry. Every second falling light as dust. Somewhere far away, a car moves through the midnight and fades as if the dark refused to fuss. I watch the world grow softer at the edges, every hard line turning mild and deep. All the noise from earlier hours dissolving, folding itself into a quieter sleep. There is a kind of mercy in this dimness, a kind of peace in the way the world goes small. No sharp demand, no voice that needs an answer, only the breath between the walls. And in that breath I hear the heart more clearly, low and warm beneath the quiet blue. Not racing now, not trying to run anything, only keeping time with something true. The window gathers silver from the street lamps. The curtain sways with one thin thread of air. And all at once, the dark feels less like absence, more like a hand laid gently there. I let my thoughts move slowly through the silence, like paper lanterns crossing still black water. Each one carrying a little heat inside it. Each one drifting farther, softer, calmer. No grand goodbye, no bright ecstatic ending. Only this hush with its tender kind of glow. Only this late hour widening around me, teaching the chest to slow a way to know.
Stay in the pale blue, stay till the night moves through. Soft in the hush, close in the view. Stay, stay, stay like a dream made true. Stay in the pale blue, stay where the dim lights bloom. Warm in the dark, deep in the room. Stay, stay, stay through the midnight moon.
Thin light gathers on the sill like quiet powder, the kind that makes the whole street seem unreal.
Bare branches drawn in charcoal on the backdrop. Every line softer than it used to feel. The houses down the block were muted halos. Porch lamps glowing through a veil of white. A distant train cuts one silver note through silence, then leaves it hanging in the night. My hands rest still around a cooling cup now. Steam rising like a thought I cannot name. Some things are better held without explaining. Some things lose truth inside a frame. There was a time I chased each feeling harder, dragged every ache into the blaze of words. Now I know the deepest things arrive in quiet, not as thunder, more like wings of bird. More like the hush before a page gets turned. More like the warmth left in a woolen sleeve. More like a room that keeps a pulse inside it. Long after footsteps choose to leave, I think about the lies behind these curtains. Every low lamp burning for its own unseen reason. Every chest keeping its own small weather. Every soul moving through its private season.
Maybe that is why the hour feels holy.
Not because it offers answers from above,
but because it shows how much can stay unspoken and still be full of love.
The street below looks wrapped in tender distance. Even the shadows seem careful where they fall. And for a moment the world feels made of listening, as if the night could hear it all.
The sharpness in me loosens without warning. The old unrest grows thin around the seams, and what remains is something plain and steady. A small one current underneath the dream. A kind of trust that asks for nothing louder. No miracle, no sign in flashing gold. Only the grace of letting silence hold me. Only the courage to go still instead of cold. Stay in the pale blue. Stay till the night moves through. Soft in the hush, close in the view. Stay, stay, stay like a dream made true. Stay in the pale blue. Stay where the dim lights bloom. Warm in the dark, deep in the room. Stay, stay, stay through the midnight moon.
Maybe peace is not a door flung open. Maybe it is the narrowing of sound. The way the world turns down its bright insistence and leaves one living pulse around. Maybe healing is not loud or shiny. Maybe it comes dressed in a quieter grace, in the softened outline of familiar objects, in the calm that settles on a place. I have
looked for it in crowded rooms before now, in voices rising in the rush of day, in every heart bright promise of becoming, and watched it turn and slip away.
But here it moves inside the slowest details, in the glass gone cool beneath my hand, in the soft weight of the blanket at my knees, in the dim lamp making gold of the stand, in the far-off murmur of the sleeping city.
In the pause after the radiator sighs, in the almost soundless drift beyond the window, in the patience of the midnight skies. And I think the heart was built to learn from small things, from muted hours, from low and constant light, from all the ways the world grows kind and shadow, from all the tenderness inside the night. Not every longing needs a name to matter.
Warm light sliding across the floorboard slowly. Lingo resting on the edge of the bed. Sparrows tracing circles over quiet rooftops. New air moving where the coat unspread. The room is plain but the field's full of breathing. A cup on the desk, a coat on the chair. Dust in the sun looks bright as tiny lanterns, turning all the silence into air. I used to hold my chest like a locked drawer, keep every pulse under layers and wire. Speak in a low voice, move like a shadow, hide every spark that hinted at fire. But something changed in the hush of these mornings. Not with a crash, not with a shout. More like a window giving way to daylight. More like a hell breath moving out. All the old brace slowly lost its power. All the hard edges softened with time. And in the stillness I found a small courage, quiet and clear and fully mine. No crowd saw it, no bells rang for it, no bright parade came down my street. Only the world growing warmer around me, and my own pulse finding a steadier beat. Rising me, slow and sweet like a melody. Light in my chest, bright in my veins. Rising me, wash through the rain. Rising
drifting over the rooftops higher. Clean blue, open and wide over town. Laundry moves with the wind on the balconies. All of the heavy things settling down. Laughter rolls out from a half-open window. Somebody hums while they water the plants. Life keeps speaking in small, easy languages. An ordinary grace with second chances. There is a kind of strafe that never announces, never arrives with the glittering sound. It lives in the hand, reaching up toward daylight. It lives in the foot, touching solid ground. It lives in the way you keep going after the worst night. Still carrying warmth no one can see. Still finding room for a softer tomorrow. Still letting your own heart be free. I used to think change had to look like thunder, bright and sudden with the clear-cut line. Now I know it can move like a dot in secret, low and patient and right on time. And all the small things started turning holy. Steam from a mug, sun on the wall, the first green edge in the city planted, a hush before a name or a call. Every detail said the same low promise. Every hour held one tender theme, and deep inside the ribs of the silence, I felt a new kind of song begin. Rise in me, slow and sweet like a melody. Light in my chest, bright in my veins. Rise in me, wash through the rain. Rise in me, soft and wide like a memory. Hold to my heart, stay and see. Rise in me. There were winters that stayed in the body, long after the sky had turned mild and clear. Days when the mirror gazed back only distance. Nights when the dark sat too close to hear. There were rooms where I learned how to shrink myself. Hours I made myself small to survive. But even then, under all of the silence, something refused to stop being alive. A faint low thread under the noise and worry. A hush with heat in the center of it. A little gold line under the door frame. Proof that the soul does not fully quit. And I think of all the versions behind me, each one carrying what they could not name. Each one walking through weather with shaking hands. Each one protecting a hidden flame. I owe them tenderness, not erasure. Not cold dismissal, not clean goodbye. I owe them sunlight on quiet mornings and open windows in a wider sky. Because every soft part I buried in caution still kept the pulse through the hardest years. Still kept the dream in the back of the bloodstream. Still found a way through the doubt and fear. And now when the wind turns warm in the evening and the glass oath pink from the end of the day, I feel all the locked up rooms inside me loosening, letting the dimness give way. Not into perfection, not into some right story polished for strangers to praise or repeat, but into something honest, living and open. Something with roots and a living heartbeat. Rise in me, slow and sweet like a melody. Light in my chest, bright in my veins. Rise in me, wash through the rain. Rise in me, soft and wild like a memory. Go to my heart, stay insane. Rise in me. Maybe the truest change comes quietly. Maybe it enters through plain little doors, through the smell of tea and the warmth of clean sheets, through bare feet crossing familiar floors. Maybe it starts when the body stops fighting every emotion that asks to be heard, when the throat stops turning every feeling into smoke and finally gives shape to a word. Maybe it grows in the pause after sorrow, in the air after tears have thinned, in the calm when you stop demanding answers and let a better rhythm begin. I have felt it in trains passing under midnight, in park grass bright from an early spring rain, and a friend laughing hard at the kitchen table, and music drifting up through the pain.
Soft ember spreads across the edge of the rooftops. Slow evening settling on quiet streets. Warm colors sliding through open curtains. Dust floating gentle in fading beams. The sky breathes wide above silent buildings. Clouds drifting thin in the cooling air. Distant footsteps echo along the pavement, fading slowly into the lengthening shade. Somewhere a window opens to the sound of wind, carrying faint voices across the quiet block. Nothing urgent moves inside this moment. Nothing asks the heart to hurry forward. The day loosens its hold on the city slowly. Colors turning softer with every passing minute. Light rests slow against the horizon line, like a memory that refuses to vanish. Every second feels stretched and calm, as if the world paused to listen to its own breathing. The warmth of the afternoon lingers on the walls, yet the evening pulls gently toward the quiet night. And inside the calm, the chest grows lighter, like the fading glow leaves room for softer thoughts.
Stay in the last light. Stay in the gold sky. Slow with the evening. Stay by.
Yeah.
Stay in the last light.
Stay the stars rise.
Stay till stars rise.
Stay till stars rise.
Soft in the twilight.
Stay till twilight.
Stay
Yeah,
by.
yeah. The streets grow deeper in color as shadows lengthen. Windows shining faint across the quiet road. Distant traffic hums like a fading echo. Somewhere beyond the corner of sight, the air turns cooler as the sun slips lower. Soft wind brushing through branches overhead. Leaves whisper low along the sidewalks. The quiet movement filling the pause. The world moves gently towards stillness now. Each sound becoming softer and more distant. The sky blends orange into deep violet. Colors dissolving into early night. Somewhere a radio plays behind a half-closed door. Its melody drifting faint into the street. Every small moment carries a fragile beauty, the kind that only evening seems to hold. And even as darkness grows along the rooftops, the calm glow of the day remains inside the chest.
Stay in the last light.
Stay in the last light.
Stay till stars rise.
Stay till stars rise.
Soft in the twilight.
Stay till twilight.
Stay.
Yeah. Night begins gathering softly above the city. One star appearing in the deep blue sky. The quiet grows deep along the empty streets as windows glow warm behind thin curtains. Footsteps fade into the hush of the block, and the last colors of sunset dissolve completely. Yet the warmth of that fading glow still lingers somewhere in the chest, like a quiet reminder that every ending carries a trace of light, and every night begins with the gentle pause.
Stay in the last light.
Stay in the last light.
Stay till stars rise.
Stay till stars rise.
Soft in the twilight.
Soft in the twilight.
Stay. Stay in the last light.
Stay in the last light.
Stay till stars rise.
Stay till stars rise.
Soft in the twilight.
Soft in the twilight.
Stay.
The sky darkens slowly into deep midnight blue. City lights reflecting across quiet pavement. Distant conversations drift through
Soft echoes moving between buildings. Yet inside the silence, the warmth of the fading evening still remains. A quiet glow carried beneath every breath. And even as the stars spread across the sky above the rooftops, that last soft light continues somewhere within, steady and calm beyond the passing day. Yeah, 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 yeah. Steady and calm beyond the passing day.
Stay in the last night. Stay till stars rise. Soft in the twilight. Stay by.
Stay in the soft glow. Stay where night flows. Slow through the heartbeat. Stay close. Stay close. Stay close. Stay close.
Low beam sliding over wet pavement. Late air cool through the narrow gap in the glass. The whole town turning soft at the edges. Storefronts stemming, traffic lights changing with nobody there to ask. Wires overhead hum like a half-lost answer. Signs blink red, then golden blue. The road opens wide like a held-out hand, and every mile feels loose and new. No fixed point pulling at the chest tonight. No heavy clock pressing against the ribs. Only the roll of the wheels and the hush between songs. Only the dark and the way it gives. I watch the buildings thin into longer shadows. Watch the river catch one strip of white. Watch the city fall back into scattered sparks. Small as breath against the night. And somewhere between the overpass and the last gas station, all the noise I carry starts to fade. Every sharp thought turns smooth into motion. Every hard feeling slips into shade. There is peace in a road with no questions. Peace in a sky with no end in view. Peace in the kind of vow that asks for nothing. Lets the heart go quiet and pass right through. The dashboard glows with the low green patience. The mirror keeps a few lights far behind. And I let my thoughts move slow as smoke rings. Rising and breaking without trying to decide not every night needs a reason, not every turn needs a name. Some hours exist like water under moonlight, shifting in silver and never the same. So I lean into the long black ribbon ahead of me, let the silence settle where the day used to be. Let the rhythm of distance take over my breathing, let the moving dark teach me how to be free. Hold me in the low lights, spin me in the blue. Slow ride, all I need is you. Round and around where the soft lights move. Slow ride, carry me through. Hold me in the low lights, stay till the dawn. Slow ride, keep me rolling on. Near in the dark where the lost hearts bloom. Slow ride, carry me through. Neon ripples on the hood like liquid color rain from an early hour.